आपणच जाऊन
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to APAN53 Inaugural Session. You are aware that Dr. Deepumoni MP, Honorable Minister, Ministry of Education, has given her kind consent to grace the occasion as Chief Guest. We are expecting the presence of the Honorable Chief Guest in the venue shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, you're requested to take your seat maintaining the health guidelines. For any assistance, please engage the volunteers who are around for taking care of you. APAN, the Asia Pacific Advanced Network, refers to both the organization representing its members and to the backbone network that connects the research and education networks of its member countries' economies to each other and to other research networks around the world.
APAN has working groups in a range of technology areas appropriate for NRENs, but importantly, also has working groups in research domains such as agriculture, telemedicine, culture, and disaster management, amongst others. These working groups are open to all, for anybody to join and contribute and benefit from. Ladies and gentlemen, APAN organizes 2 meetings each year where its members and other interested participants come together in working groups, committees, plenary sessions, and other meetings to review progress, demonstrate advances in technology and applications, and make plans for the future activities. The meetings venues are moved around the various APAN members. APAN 53, which is the 53rd convention of APAN being held from 7 to 11 March 2022, is being hosted by Bangladesh Research and Education Network, BDRAIN. BDRAIN, like other global NRENs, the one and only national research and education network in Bangladesh, was established as a trust in the year 2014.
Ladies and gentlemen, within a very short time, we're going to commence the inaugural ceremony of the event. Ladies and gentlemen, our Honorable Chief Guest of today's session, Dr. Deepumoni MP, Honorable Minister, Ministry of Education, will arrive at the venue very shortly. You are requested to take your seat maintaining the health guidelines. Today's special guest is Mr. Mohibul Hassan Chaudhry, Honorable Deputy Minister, Ministry of Education. Although Professor Dr. Mohammad Akhtaruzzaman, Honorable Vice Chancellor of University of Dhaka, who has allowed us to use this fabulous venue, was supposed to be present as the guest of honor, but due to his pilgrimage to Saudi Arabia to perform Umrah, we will miss him in person today. But we are going to enjoy his speech through a video clip. Ladies and gentlemen, you're requested to comply with the Health Ministry's guideline of maintaining safe distance and wearing masks. Thanks for your cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, today's chief guest, Dr. Deepumoni MP, Honorable Minister, Ministry of Education, has arrived at the venue. We welcome her with open heart. Thank you for giving us your precious time, ma'am. Everyone else, I hope. Thank you, everyone, for being present here. We will start the inaugural ceremony shortly. Thank you for staying with us. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to APAN 53. APAN, the Asia Pacific Advanced Network, refers to both the organization representing its members and to the backbone network that connects the research and education networks of its member countries' economies to each other and to other research networks around the world. APAN was first established as a non-profit international consortium on 3rd June 1997.
APAN organizes two meetings each year where its members and other interested participants come together in working groups, committees, plenary sessions, and other meetings to review progress, demonstrate advances in technology and applications, and make plans for the future activities. The meetings' venues are moved around the various APAN members.
APAN 53, which is the 53rd convention of APAN being held from 7th to 11th March 2022, is hosted by Bangladesh Research and Education Network, BDREN. BDREN, like other global NRENs, is the one and only national research and education network in Bangladesh. BDREN was established as a trust in the year 2014.
With that note, I welcome you all to today's inaugural session. We are proud and privileged to get Dr. Deepumoni MP, Honorable Minister, Ministry of Education, among us as chief guest. We have among us on stage Mr. Mohibul Hassan Chaudhary, MP, Deputy Minister, Ministry of Education as special guest. Honorable Chairperson, BDRN Trust, and Honorable Chairman, UGC Professor Dr. Qazi Shahidullah is already on stage as the chair.
You are aware that today's inaugural session, which is organized in a hybrid format, is being participated in person by honorable vice chancellors from various public and private universities, high officials from different ministries, academics, scientists, researchers, and journalists, and distinguished local and foreign delegates. Representatives of Asia Pacific NRENs, APAN Program Committee, and Technical Committee members are stakeholders of APAN, and renowned academics and researchers across the globe are present online. Please let me allow to name the sponsors of APAN 53. We have 3 platinum sponsors. They are Spectrum Engineering Consortium Limited, Data Edge Limited, and Yunus Group. We have 2 gold sponsors for the event. They are Asia Connect, Hewlett Packard Enterprise. We have 5 silver sponsors, namely Internet Society ISOC, Asia Pacific Network Information Center APNIC, Juniper Networks, InGen Technologies Limited, and Southeast Bank Limited. We have 3 bronze sponsors, Hamida Traders Limited, Kazla Technologies Limited, and Smart Technologies Bangladesh Limited. In addition, we are having with us 2 technology partners, Cisco Systems and Dell Technologies. A big thanks to all the sponsors and technology partners.
Again, a warm welcome and very good morning. With the permission of the chair, I would like to present a video on the history of Bangladesh and on the achievements and roadmaps of BD Rain. Now,
our nation is proud of having a glorious heritage of a pleasant and melodious language, a rich and magnificent culture, and its scenic natural beauty. The nation boasts of having the largest sea beach in the world in Cox's Bazar, the biggest mangrove forest in Sundarban, the soothing view of the tea gardens in Sylhet, and the captivating beauty of Chittagong Hill Trek. Our dear motherland had been repeatedly ravaged by foreign invaders. The country had been subjected to outside subjugation, exploitation, tyranny, wanton repression and oppression perpetrated by foreign rulers. Against the backdrop of such an unbearable situation and by unfailing law and quirk of history, the greatest Bengali of all time, the father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the champion of freedom and justice, appeared on the political arena, who declared in a confident voice of thunder on 7th March 1971,
এবারে সংগ্রাম আমাদের মুক্তির সংগ্রাম এবারে সংগ্রাম স্বাধীনতার সংগ্রাম
After a long 9 months of bloody war of liberation, the scarlet sun of independence rose in the eastern sky of Bengal on the 16th December 1971. A new state named Bangladesh was born. In 1973, then government founded the University Grants Commission to monitor and streamline higher education sector of Bangladesh. BDREN is the offshoot of Higher Education Quality Enhancement Project, HECEP, a Bangladesh government and World Bank joint finance project which was implemented by University Grants Commission, UGC, under Ministry of Education. The creation of BDREN came as a fulfillment of the dream of our Honorable Prime Minister of building a digital Bangladesh within shortest possible time. At the expiry of the Higher Education Quality Enhancement Project, in January 2019, BDREN Trust took control of both the operations and management of the organization. BDREN Trust, created in September 2014, is an 11-member body headed by its chairperson Professor Dr. Qazi Shohidullah and its vice chairperson Professor Dr. Dil Afroza Begum. BDREN has established around 100 peering with an upstream internet connectivity having a bandwidth of more than 10 Gbps and with availability of 4 Gbps Google Cache. In addition, BDREN has 1 Gbps connectivity with Trans-Eurasia Information Network through National Knowledge Network of India to facilitate researchers to get connected with global research and education network. BDREN has already taken over more than 150 institutions under its belt, as its members including 45 public universities, 57 private universities, 13 medical colleges, 13 research institutes, and 17 higher secondary colleges. In the process, BDREN has extended its high-speed quality connectivity to universities, research institutes, and medical colleges across the country through establishing a countrywide DWDM transmission network using optical fiber leased from Power Grid Company of Bangladesh. Since the invasion of the pandemic in the country, BDREN has been providing the facilities to all the universities, both private and public, to conduct online classes free of cost using video collaboration, Zoom application, and its data center computing resources. During the last 1.5 years, more than 18,000 faculty members conducted 1.6 million classes with a total duration of 1.8 million hours participated by 80 million students. BDREN's computing and storage services have been being extensively used by the universities for hosting their web portals, mail servers, admission, and other application systems. The usage of BDREN computing services have soared to 1581 GHz in January 2022 from a paltry figure of 175 GHz in January 2020. At the same time, its memory usage has spiked from 1100 GB in January 2020 to 4205 GB in 2 years' time. BDRAN has been providing consultancy services to its member institutions domestically on campus network, smart classroom, smart campus, video conferencing room, customization of learning management system, and connectivity to colleges under College Education Development Project. Some of the achieved milestones in international consultancy include drafting Asia Connect compendiums for 2018 and 2020, and framing the NREN Need Assessment and Maturity Model for Asia Connect in partnership with Sri Lanka Research and Education Network. BDRAN's intense collaboration with other NRENs is revealed through the successful completion of facilitating distance learning using digital conferencing facility sub-project. A follow-up project named Building E-Learning Infrastructure in South Asian Countries under TAIN is underway. These two flagship projects, with Nordunet's active involvement and support and with participation of other Asia-Pacific NRENs, namely Cameron, Drukren, LearNet, Learn, NREN, Preginet, and Thyren, has established the synergic impact of NREN collaboration. BDRAN software team has orchestrated a number of fabulous masterpieces for its community, namely video conference scheduler, electronic file processing, and NREN maturity calculator. Development of electronic Asia Connect compendium is underway. BDRAN finds hosting of APAN53 event as an acknowledgement of its successes both nationally and internationally.
Thanks to Bangladesh Research and Education Network for hosting 53rd APAN meeting, which will surely be a special meeting in APAN history. I'm Jin Wang. Welcome to 53rd APAN meeting.
नमस्कार दोस्तों, अपान की 53वीं बैठक के आयोजन के लिए मैं अपने बांग्लादेशी मित्रों का शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं और उन्हें ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। मैं आशा करता हूं ये अपान की बेहतरीन बैठक में से एक होगी। अपान बोर्ड के डायरेक्टर के तौर पर मैं आप सभी का अभिनंदन करता हूं। धन्यवाद।
I'm the Vice President of Singaran and also a board member of APAN. Like myself, I'm sure you're looking forward to attending all the tutorials, workshops and plenary sessions to learn more about new technologies and market trends in our region. Welcome again.
The keynote speeches that will be delivered in the conference are going to address the burning issues like environmental challenges, outcome-based education, blended learning, smart agriculture, financial technology, and digital earth technology. Also, it will hold trainings, seminars, discussions, and workgroup meetings covering contemporary and critical issues which will supposedly be immensely beneficial to the community. We humbly invite you to join the sessions as you like and make the event a grand success.
Now, may I request Professor Dr. Dil Afroza Begum, Honorable Vice Chairperson BDRAN, Trust and Member, UGC, to deliver her welcome speech. It is to be mentioned that she is the convener of the local organizing committee and is the principal orchestrator behind organizing the event. Professor Dr. Dil Afroza Begum.
Chief guest of the Honorable Session of Asia Pacific Advanced Network, APAN53, Dr. Dipu Moni, MP. Honorable Minister, Ministry of Education, special guest, Mr. Mohibul Hassan Chaudhry, MP, Honorable Deputy Minister, Ministry of Education, Respected Chair, Professor Dr. Kaji Shohidullah, Chairman of University Grants Commission of Bangladesh, UGC, and Chairperson of Bangladesh Research and Education Network, BDREN. Respected APAN Chair, Professor Dr. Jilong Wang of Sinhua University. Guest of honor, Professor Dr. M.D. Akhtaruzzaman, Vice Chancellor of the University of Dhaka, secretaries from different ministries, members of UGC, members of Board of Trustees of BDRN, Vice Chancellors of the universities, keynote speakers, high officials from Education Ministry, other ministries, and UGC, APAN Secretariat, Program Committee and Technical Committee members of APAN, delegates from different national research and education networks, NRENs, dignitaries from BTN member organizations, member of advisory committee, local organizing committee, and different subcommittees, foreign participants, representatives of sponsoring organizations, press and media personnel, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. At the very outset, I want to remind you about the history of our independence. The liberation of the country was announced at this very month by the greatest Bengali of all time, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, whose prudent leadership and visionary guidance could conceive a new country named Bangladesh after a 9-month bloody war, with the sacrifice of 3 million lives and with the abolition of the honor of thousands of women. On this very day, I solemnly remember all those patriotic freedom fighters and those deceased and injured men and women who were innocent to the core. As many of you know, Asia Pacific Advanced Network organizes 2 events each year. The events are hosted by one of its member countries. BDRN, being one of the members of APAN, was offered by APAN to host its 53rd event. It is an honor for BDRN as well as for Bangladesh, and I express my gratitude to the APAN community for trusting our capability in holding the event here for the first time. Undoubtedly, it is the biggest congregation for the NREN community. I do welcome all the academics, scientists, network personnel, other stakeholders, students and trainees who have expressed their willingness to participate in this event and thus take a hand in contributing to the success of the event through exchange of their knowledge and expertise among themselves. You might be aware of the fact that the event will contain 6 keynote speeches by world-renowned scholars and scientists on burning issues like blended learning, smart agriculture, climate change, outcome-based education, financial technology, and digital earth technology. I express my gratefulness to the keynote speakers who have given their concurrence to share their valuable time. Besides the 3 keynote speeches, seminars and meetings will be organized in the event to talk about telemedicine, agriculture, disaster management, cloud technology, IPv6, identity and access management, NREN challenges and steps undertaken to surmount those challenges, NREN roadmap for the upcoming future, and many others. I reckon that all the participants will be able to enhance their knowledge out of the activities scheduled in this event. I welcome all the speakers and participants for their support in enriching the event. My special acknowledgement for the chief guest and to the special guest for their presence, sparing their valuable time despite their busy schedule. Their presence and motivational speeches are going to immensely inspire us for our future development. Thanks to the Vice Chancellor of University of Dhaka for his continuous support in the progress of BDRN and for providing the fabulous venue for this event. My special tribute to Professor Dr. Kaji Shohidullah for giving us constant guidance in organizing the event. I am grateful to the APAN Secretariat, Program and Technical Committees, all the members of Advisory Committee, Local Organizing Committee, and associated subcommittees, and all others for their immense contribution and untiring efforts in last few months for making the event a success. I would like to thank all the vice chancellors of different universities and other academia, as well as other members of BDRN for supporting BDRN in its journey towards becoming one of the leading NRENs in Asia Pacific region. I'd like to take the opportunity to extend my special thanks to my colleagues and officials of UGC, officials of Ministry of Education, Power Grid Company of Bangladesh Limited, Bangladesh Telecommunication Company Limited, Bangladesh Telecom Regulatory Commission, the World Bank, Asia Connect, Nord2Net, Learn, other collaborating NRENs, and especially many others, the names I might have missed to mention, for their immense contribution and support to the ongoing progress and development of BDRN. Thanks to the representatives from all the sponsors, I wish to gratefully acknowledge your contribution to sponsor the event. Without your financial support, we could not organize the event in such a large scale. I would like to express my deepest thanks to the CEO, BDRN, and his team for working tirelessly to turn APAN53 into a success. Last but not the least, I thank all the media and press representatives for carrying the event to the mass people. With that, I would like to conclude my welcome speech, wishing a big success of the event and inviting all of you to enjoy the activities set out in the event. Thank you very much for patient hearing.
Thanks to Professor Dr. Dilafroza Begum for her welcome speech. Now may I request Professor Dr. Jilong Wang of Tsinghua University, Honorable Chair of APAN, to deliver his address.
Dear Depot Morning, Honorable Minister, the Ministry of Education, Dear Mohibul Hassan Chaudhary, Honorable Deputy Minister, Ministry of Education, Dear Professor Dr. Kazi Shehidullah, Honorable Chairman, BDRN, Dear Professor Dr. Mehdi Ahatazuma, Vice Chancellor, University of Dhaka, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome attend APAN53. It's the 25th year since APAN has been founded. In the past 25 years, APAN grew together with research and education network in the Asia Pacific region and become international organization with great influence. It's a great achievement of all APAN people and APAN friends. So let's congratulations to all of you and thanks to your great contributions to APAN. Thanks to Bangladesh Research and Education Network, BDRN, for hosting the meeting. After months of hard work, APAN53, which will surely be a special meeting in APAN history, opened today. On behalf of APAN, I would like to extend my warmest welcome to our chief guest, Dr. Dipu Moni, Honorable Minister of Ministry of Education. To Mr. Mehibul Hassan, Chaudhary, Honorable Deputy Minister of Ministry of Education, and Professor M.D. Akatuzzaman from Asia University of Bangladesh, and Professor Dr. Kaza Shehidullah, Honorable Chairman of BDRAN, and welcome all our honorable guests, colleagues, friends of APAN Big Family. I would like to express my heartfelt appreciation and congratulations to BDRAN on their great work of this amazing APAN53 by overcoming many difficulties. As the local host, BDRAN made great efforts in inviting sponsors, supporting the event preparation, and showing the value of APAN to local government and organizations, which would build the bridge for scientific researchers between Bangladesh and APAN, and even globally, especially during this serious pandemic situation. BDRAN has been one of APAN's active partners for many years. As a high-performance area, it has making important contributions to research and education communities in Asia Pacific region to access to the most advanced technology and carry out scientific and educational contribution. Thanks to APAN Program Committee, Technical Committee, Local Organizing Committee, WG chairs, session chairs, and APAN SEC. They all played vital roles in this event. They made brilliant programs, provide advanced technology solutions, invited great speakers. My sincere appreciations will be certainly extended to this great team because we would have nothing happen without their contributions. I'm very grateful for the support from all our sponsors. The Data Edge Limited, Spectrum Engineering Consortium Limited, the Yonas Group, Asia Connect, and Teenstar CC, Hewlett Packard Enterprise, APNIC, Engine Technology Limited, ISOC Juniper Networks, Southeast Bank Limited, Hamida Traders, Kazala Technology Limited, Smart Technology Limited. I hope we can all get benefit from this gathering and sharing. And finally, I hope all of us can fan our interest and fan in APAN 53 and wish APAN 53 a great success. Thank you very much.
Dr. Zhilong Wang, for your enlightening address.
Now we are going to enjoy a video clip containing a short speech from today's guest of honor, Professor Dr. Muhammad Akhtaruzzaman, Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Dhaka. As mentioned, the Honorable Vice Chancellor is on a pilgrimage to perform Umrah at Saudi Arabia.
Respected Chair of this session, Honorable Chairman of the University Grants Commission, Professor Dr. Kazi Shahidullah, esteemed Chief Guest, Honorable Education Minister, Dr. Deepu Mani MP, Special Guest, Honorable Deputy Education Minister, Barrister Mohibul Hassan Chowdhury, MP, Distinguished Chairman of the Asia Pacific Advanced Network, APAN, Professor Dr. Zhilong Wang, Fellow Vice Chancellors of different universities, representatives from Asia Pacific National Research and Education Networks and its stakeholders, respected academics, scientists, IT experts, media personalities, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good time to you all. At the outset, let me congratulate BDRAN for coming forward for the first time since its inception in 1997 to host this mega event. At the same time, I would like to thank Asia Pacific Advanced Network for its trust on BDRAN in thrusting this responsibility. As a member institution of the BDRAN family, I feel proud and honored today to be with you, although not in person, with wholehearted attention. BDRAN's announcement to host this important event came at a glorious and eventful time while the nation was celebrating the golden jubilee of its independence and the birth centenary of the father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujib. It is good to note today that the father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujib, made the public announcement of the nation's independence in his historic 7th March address in 1971, which coincides the commencement of BDRAN APAN's 2022 auspicious event. We pay our deepest tribute to the father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujib, and the martyrs who made the supreme sacrifice for the creation of our beloved motherland, Bangladesh. It's also my privilege to express gratitude to the local organizing committee for choosing the University of Dhaka as the venue of this great event. It is the historic university of great eminence that has celebrated its centenary. All these paraphernalia have taken today's event to the highest of its stature. Talking about BDRAN, it is really astonishing to see the pace of its moving ahead. BDRAN has now become part and parcel of educational institutes and the community at large. During the ongoing pandemic, the way BDRAN has helped the universities, both public and private, in facilitating online classes is simply amazing. It is quite gratifying to note that from the University of Dhaka alone, 1,500 faculty members are registered users under Zoom services provided by BDRAN. In the last 2 years of time, from the outbreak of COVID-19, apart from many seminars and meetings, 164,000 classes of the University of Dhaka had been conducted with 9.1 million students using BDRAN provided facilities. BDRAN certainly deserves special acclamation for offering those services for augmentation of research in the higher education sector. Today, on behalf of the University of Dhaka, I would like to extend my special gratitude to Asia Connect, a conglomerate of the Asia Pacific National Research and Education Network, for giving grant projects to us, which is contributing to the capacity building of the teachers and the students. I do expect that BDRAN, with the help of Asia Connect, will come forward with many services like free or subsidized access to research publications, digital libraries, and so on to the faculty members and the students. I would like to request the participants, researchers and academia to please make the database of the resource persons focusing their area of research, leading to arranging regular meetings, seminars and workshops to boost scientific research in this community. I am sure researchers, academia, scientists, and students participating in this 5-day long event will discuss the latest technological development and will share their knowledge and expertise with the community to prepare a roadmap to move ahead. I sincerely hope blended learning, online assessment, conducting hands-on lab online, and other relevant issues will get special consideration in their discussion. I would like to request the scientists, IT experts, and academia to please prepare a long-term plan which is both realistic and affordable. I congratulate all the distinguished participants and wish this event a grand success. Thank you all. Stay safe and healthy. Jai Bangla, Jai Bangabandhu. Long live BD-RAN APAN relationship. Long live Bangladesh.
We thank respected Vice Chancellor for his valuable speech. We also wish that his trip will be safe and secured one.
Now may I request Mr. Mahibul Hassan Chaudhary MP, Honorable Deputy Minister, Ministry of Education, People's Republic of Bangladesh, for giving his address.
Today's chief guest, Honorable Minister, Ministry of Education, Dr. Dipumoni MP, Honorable Chairperson of BD-RAN, Professor Dr. Kazi Shohidullah, respected APAN Chair, Professor Dr. Jilong Wang, Honorable Vice Chairperson BD-RAN, Professor Dr. Dilafroza Begum, respected Vice Chancellor of Dhaka University of Dhaka, Professor Dr. Mohammad Akhtaruzzaman, revered scientists, academicians, researchers, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to first congratulate BD-RAN for taking the challenge in hosting the APAN event for the very first time in Bangladesh. It's a matter of utter pride and prestige for the present government. March being a special month in the history of Bangladesh, organizing this event at this very period of the year is a privilege which imbues us with pride and pleasure. We all know that in this very month, 50 years back, our father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, declared independence against the autocratic rule of Pakistan. And after 9 months of bloody war, we could attain our dream independence. And today I begin by paying my respect to the memory of our father of the nation, his slain family members, and also the martyrs of our glorious war of independence, and the violated women of the time who sacrificed their lives for our struggle. Ladies and gentlemen, our government has been very keen to the development and adoption of new technologies. Few days back, University Grants Commission, with the help of the Ministry of Education, held the IC4IR, which is basically a conference on Fourth Industrial Revolution. We all know that the first industrial revolution started with the invention of steam engine, and the second industrial revolution followed with the invention of electricity. We, from the developing world, had not much to contribute in these industrial revolutions, as we were passing through difficult times under colonial rules during those times. As this new fourth industrial revolution has come in, right now it is of course based on the infrastructure of information and communication technology, computing, etc. So we now have a chance to contribute to this great advancement of humanity, and with this regard, this in mind, our Honorable Prime Minister's ICT advisor, Bangabandhu's grandson, Shojib Wajid Joy, he coined the term Digital Bangladesh, through which we were able to develop an infrastructure in this country which is ICT based, and where common students to common citizens of this country are able to use this ICT infrastructure for various activities in their day-to-day life. So this infrastructure that has been built out of this agenda of Digital Bangladesh has helped our higher education immensely, and I thank BD-RAN for taking this initiative where the existing infrastructure that we have here, the ICT-based infrastructure, is now currently being used to teach and share knowledge across our higher educational institutions. And this particular conference is a timely effort where we have seen that due to pandemic, we can thrive even in the virtual world. We can thrive by sharing knowledge, and our academics can reach out to our students using this infrastructure that we have. So thanks to BDREN, we have already heard data on how BDREN is being used, how BDREN's infrastructure, which is also a collaboration with this APAN network, is now being used across not just universities in this country, but also colleges and the national universities, National University of Bangladesh, where also higher education courses are taught. So this collaboration, of course, is a fruitful one, where we will hear from academics from other countries and also our country. And we know that knowledge is something that has the maximum impact in humanity when it is shared, when it reaches the last mile. And through this infrastructure that we have now, with the help of BDRAN and also the Digital Bangladesh, we are able to reach out to the last person standing in our higher education sector. So we believe that this collaboration will teach us a lot, and also our partners abroad will learn from our experience, where with limited resources, we are able to harness the power of information and communication technology to assist our students and our researchers. We have a lot to teach to the world also. We have developed immensely in the field of agriculture, in ICT, in the startup ecosystem of technology, and also mobile financial services to financial technology, etc., which knowledge can be shared with other countries, and we can also learn from them on many matters, such as how to regulate the ICT world effectively so that we gain maximum output from it. So it is a fantastic opportunity. I congratulate everyone who is involved in organizing this conference, and I also thank Dhaka University of Dhaka that on their centenary year they have been kind to allow us this premises and also the facilities of Dhaka University. I would like to also thank our Dhaka University's Vice Chancellor and also all the academics involved here. With this, I would like to end, and I wish you all the success in the couple of days coming. And we believe that not only that knowledge and skill will be shared through this BDREN platform, but also we would like to see that our academics are teaching employable skills to our students, because as we speak, as we discuss this idea of outcome-based education, we know that one of the outcome and one of the major outcome of education is that people have to be employed. Not just creation of knowledge, which is absolutely important, for which BDREN's network will be, I'm sure, used to create knowledge, but at the same time, skills and employable skills, soft skills, research skills, lots of different skills which are absolutely fundamental to higher education training, higher education journey, will be taught to our students, and also our academics will learn from the world of work. So I would like to request that employers are made part of this network, where we also learn from the employers what are the skills which are in need now, because we have to create an education system which meets the demand of time. Rather than being a supply driven sector, it has to be a demand driven sector, where we learn from the employers and we impart those skills to our students. So let us also use, not just for knowledge creation and research, this fantastic network that we have, but also use it to train and teach our students as well as our academics, where they will learn from the world of work, and our students will also benefit from it. Thank you very much. With this, I end my speech here. Joy Bangla, Joy Bangabandhu, may Bangladesh live forever.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening and motivating speech.
May I now request today's chief guest, Honorable Minister, Ministry of Education, Dr. Deepumoni MP, to address the audience.
Honorable Chair of today's meeting, Professor Dr. Qazi Shahidullah, Chairman UGC and Chairperson BDN Trust, Honorable Deputy Minister, Ministry of Education, People's Republic of Bangladesh, Mr. Mohibul Hassan Chaudhry MP, today's special guest, respected APAN Chair, Professor Dr. Jilong Wang, respected Vice Chairperson BDN and Member UGC, Professor Dr. Dilafroz Begum, Honorable Board of Trustees of BDN, distinguished Vice Chancellors, representatives from different ministries, academics, researchers, and professionals. I'm delighted to be here in the inaugural ceremony of the APAN53 event being hosted by BDN for the very first time. Let me begin by thanking APAN Board of Directors for entrusting and empowering BDN in hosting this event. It shows that APAN is keen to acknowledge the contribution of the developing nations, which will contribute in the narrowing of the digital divide. For us, the event has got additional importance due to the fact that it falls in the month of March, which has its special significance in the history of our country. You have already been informed by previous speakers that on this very month, our father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the greatest Bengali of all times, declared independence of the country against the tyrannical rule of Pakistan. We are celebrating the 50th anniversary of our independence. I pay my deepest respects and tribute to the father of our nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, to the 3 million martyrs of 1971, hundreds of thousands of women who were raped by the Pakistani occupation forces and their local collaborators, and all other martyrs who sacrificed their lives in different people's movements throughout our history since our language movement. We stand here today bold and strong as citizens of an independent country, free from persecution and oppression, a country which has moved from being once called a basket case and has transformed into a developing one under the dynamic leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, who envisioned a digital Bangladesh the very day she assumed office. Her vision has been ably supported by the astute guidance of Mr. Sajib Wazid Joy, an ICT expert and advisor to our Honorable Prime Minister. Under the prudent shepherding of Sajib Wazid Joy, Bangladesh has become a role model for other underdeveloped and developing countries to follow. Our present government has played a significant role in the development of education, particularly the higher education in the country. We have already established 162 universities, of which 52 are public, 108 are private, and 2 specialized. We have around 4.4 million students in the higher education sector, which has been increasing exponentially over the years. Considering the enhancement of quality of education, we are now focusing on the need for research activities and commercialization of the same, as we all know that without converting the successful research work into products and services that benefit the people, it's not possible to bring forth the desired outcome. And for that, we now need to build a true industry-academia collaboration, which has been so far missing in our education system. For that to happen, we need our faculty members to be industry-focused. Without real-life engagement in the industry, the faculty members will not be able to motivate the students to acquire knowledge and skill they need for sustaining in the modern technological world. They must be employable. In that respect, we should put our attention to outcome-based education. A fundamental change in curriculum is needed, and I would urge the University Grants Commission Bangladesh to look into it. The traditional curriculum, focusing mostly on rote learning, should be updated with the curriculum that will produce potential graduates, which our industry is looking for. And for developing such effective curriculum, I would again urge the faculty members to be in close contact with the requirements and the development in the industry sector. I'm happy to see that one of the keynote speeches is going to be on tomorrow's teachers, which I believe will be very pertinent considering the present context of our country. I appreciate the endeavor of BDREN in helping the faculty members of higher education community to continue with online education during the pandemic. Our decision in allowing the online education proved to be timely, as we could apprehend that this pandemic was not going to let up soon. In the last 2 years, more than 2 million classes have been conducted with the participation of around 150 million students. I appreciate the faculty members for coming to terms with the changed mode of pedagogy in the quickest possible time without any professional training. The faculty members were smart enough to conduct even hands-on labs and online examinations to the full acceptance and satisfaction of the community. You are aware of the fact that to make online education the norm of the day, a national task force is in place to prepare the blended education policy. I am excited that APAN is showing its due concern and has decided to arrange a keynote speech on blended learning. The speech will also highlight outcome-based education, which is also the demand of the industry. Our government is now putting more focus on online assessment policy to make online assessment acceptable to all the stakeholders. We have to do our best to succeed in the fourth industrial revolution. It is a fact that in pursuing online education, students were confronted with many challenges. They had to face the poor internet coverage, non-availability of end devices, and high internet costs. The internet coverage problem was encountered by many developed countries also, because none was ready to face such a devastation. It is also true that there is no immediate remedy to address this issue. However, with time, the mobile operators, I'm sure, will find a business case to extend their data network even to the remotest villages. To ensure the availability of end devices for the economically challenged students, to make online education more inclusive, UGC provided interest-free loans to around 41,000 students so far. To reduce the cost of the internet, we could convince the state-owned mobile operator Teletalk Bangladesh Limited to come up with their offer of providing online class free of cost for the classes created in BDREN platform. The other operators also agreed to offer internet data packages at 30% of their normal cost for the students. As the conference is being held under such a critical backdrop, I would request that the participants ponder on all such challenges and figure out acceptable solutions for making online education more equitable and inclusive. We're also looking for establishing public-private collaboration. Private entrepreneurs may come forward to help the government in helping development of research activities in the country, and I pledge that we will try to provide facilities for the private entrepreneurs to make a smooth entry and successful returns out of such initiated projects. I'm sure that BDREN will be able to provide a suitable platform to the researchers, scientists, and academics who are participating in this event to exchange their views and expertise, which will pave the way for fruitful and effective outcome of this event and will make the event a grand success. Thank you all. Joy Bangla, Joy Bangabandhu. May Bangladesh live forever.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your encouraging and guiding speech. Your advice will definitely help us in making the event a successful one. Your constant source of inspiration will certainly drive us forward.
Distinguished Chair, may I take this opportunity to say that I'm sorry that I arrived late because I was stuck in a huge traffic which was not normal. And the other thing is, I have to leave now because today is 8th of March, International Women's Day. And by the way, greetings to all of you on this International Women's Day. And I have to attend an official program for especially for this day. So I have to leave now before the chair, very distinguished chair speaks, and I take his leave now. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Now may I request Professor Dr. Qazi Shahidullah, Honorable Chairperson BD Trust and Chairman UGC to deliver his address.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The chief guest of today's inaugural ceremony, the Honorable Education Minister, Dr. Deepu Moni MP. The special guest, the Honorable Deputy Minister of Education, Barrister Muhibul Hasan Chaudhry MP. Guest of honor, Professor Dr. Muhammad Akhtaruzzaman, Vice Chancellor, University of Dhaka. APAN Chair, Professor Dr. Jilong Wang, Convener of Local Organizing Committee, Professor Dr. Dilafroza Begum, Member UGC, respective representatives from APAN member institutions, distinguished vice chancellors from public and private universities, respected academicians, researchers, foreign participants, media personnel, distinguished audience. Good morning to you all. I am indeed very pleased and proud to stand here as the chair of today's inaugural event of APAN53, where renowned academicians and researchers have assembled from across the world, especially from the Asia-Pacific region, to exchange their views about the progress made in recent months and also about the roadmap related to new innovation and services. This is the first time that BDREN is hosting this conference, which is no doubt a big challenge for us. As the chairperson of BDREN, let me start by highlighting to you some of the contribution that BDREN has made in the development of the country's research and education. BDREN, in its brief lifetime of 10 years, has already embraced more than 200 institutions as its members, which is a rare distinction and might even be a dream for many other NRENs. Almost all the 50 public universities in the country are connected to BDREN's countrywide extended network. Private universities they are showing greater interest to join BDREN, being impressed by BDREN's quality of service and innovative services, and gradually they are also becoming connected to BDREN, which is a promising sign, because we don't want any university to stay out of our network. BDREN software team is coming up with client-oriented software like e-file for electronic file management and vSession as Zoom scheduler, which are becoming highly popular among the education community. BDREN has already gained a strong reputation by offering consultancy services both at home and abroad. It is indeed a matter of great satisfaction for us all to see that BDREN is setting trailblazing examples for other emerging NRENs to follow. BDREN's role in supporting the research and education community during the recent pandemic has been well acclaimed and widely appreciated by all. No sooner had the government declared the closure of all the universities of the country because of the pandemic, UGC came forward allowing online education through delivery of lectures using video conferencing platforms. We believe that it was a very timely decision of UGC which allowed millions of students to continue their education and saved them from possible frustration. In the effort to make our drive successful, BDREN emerged as the major role player by offering all the faculty members the industry-recognized Zoom video conference application free of cost. The whole higher education community took the offer as a blessing, and the usage of Zoom application started to grow exponentially. Within a couple of months, BDREN gained more than 20% of the market share in terms of number of local faculty members. This had only been made possible, the usage grew to more than 50% within the first 6 months of its introduction. So from 20%, it increased to 50% within 6 months. This had only been made possible by the innovative and dynamic leadership of the BDREN Board of Trustees, supported equally by its efficient human resources, who provided the full technical solution and support to turn it into a successful venture. UGC hasn't stopped by only permitting online education to continue during the pandemic. Understanding the benefits and its exigency, UGC has taken steps to make online education sustainable and has already recommended online education policy for approval to the Ministry of Education. Hopefully, in the near future, online education will become not only the mode of pedagogy during the pandemic, but also a mode of pedagogy which will be the new normal. And as such, blended education will be the order of the day. Having presented to you some of the achievements of BDREN, I would also like to acknowledge that BDREN was not alone in attaining these distinctions. It was made possible by active cooperation from other stakeholders, where Asia Connect stands at the top. The distance learning project under which Zoom licenses were allocated was one of the projects allocated under Call for Proposal 2 in the category of Work Packages 5. I have come to know that another follow-up project has been assigned to BDREN, which will ensure the sustainability of the earlier project. A number of other consultancy activities have been conferred on BDREN by Asia Connect. I do acknowledge the contribution of NordUNet, who has come up with the technical collaboration and with the support of Zoom licenses in both the distance learning projects just mentioned. The empathy that NordUNet has displayed by keeping the licenses open even after the expiry of the project is a rare display of collaboration among NRENs and is a learning example of the NRENs of developing countries. I am informed that BDREN has raised a proposal to TNCC to officially acknowledge the amazing contribution of NordUNet on behalf of Asia Connect, which I strongly believe the TNCC should actively consider. Also, I gratefully recognize the cooperation and collaboration extended by other NRENs of the Asia Pacific community in the success of BDREN's distance learning project. I hope this APAN event will be the principal contributor behind this collaboration, which is going to be further strengthened through APAN53. I would also like to express my gratitude to Power Grid Company of Bangladesh, PGCB, who offered its countrywide optical fiber network for BDREN to establish its transmission network backbone which is a rare feat very few NRENs have achieved. I hope the collaboration between PGCB and BDREN will continue in the long run. Last but not the least, I would like to acknowledge the trust and confidence that all the member institutions have kept on BDREN. Without their resolute and staunch support, BDREN would not have been able to reach the place where it is standing now. Dhaka University also deserves a special mention for collaborating with us in organizing this conference and in offering us this conference room. Finally, I appreciate the trust APAN has displayed by allowing BDREN to be the host of the event. I trust that BDREN will be able to provide full technical as well as administrative support to APAN Secretariat for organizing the event efficiently and effectively. The audience, I hope, will be enriched from the knowledge and expertise to be shared with the keynote presentations and the participation of other resource persons, thereby turning the event into another milestone for APAN. I thank you all for your support, cooperation, and participation, and I wish the event a great success. Joy Bangla, Joy Bangabandhu. Thank you all.
Thank you, Honorable Professor. Guidelines that came through your speech will be our motivation and encouragement as it has been all the time. We would remember your advice and we will try to turn the event into a highly successful and effective one. Before moving on to the cultural program, I would like to invite all representatives of sponsors to come on stage to snap a photograph with the special guest.
Now I would invite the audience to enjoy a cultural program underpinning the rich culture, proud heritage, and scintillating natural beauties of Bangladesh. The video has prepared by a subcommittee led by our Honorable Vice Chairperson, BDRN Trust, Professor Dr. Dil Afroza Begum, with active participation of the delegates from Dhaka University, Shanta Mariam University of Creative Technology, and Government Music College.
The video represents the diversifying culture, rich heritage, and riveting natural beauties of Bangladesh, which has 6 seasons in a year, having defined time frames in identifiable changes and noticeable attributes. Here it goes.
Bangladesh, mixture of culture, tradition, and 6 seasons. Bangladesh, our motherland, is decorated like a land of dreams. Several things are there to take pride about Bangladesh. It's a country of natural beauty, equity, and hospitality. Summer. Summer consists of 2 Bangla months, Boishakh and Jyeshtho. Bangla Noboborsho starts on 1st Boishakh. From thousands of years, this day is being observed as a day of festivity. A procession called the Mongol Shobhajatra, highlighting the future betterment of the country, is organized. Teachers, artists, students, cultural personnel of the Faculty of Fine Arts of the University of Dhaka, along with the common masses, march through the streets with colorful festoons and banners. From ancient times, the villages of Bengal have been famous for various folk festivals, including traditional fair and halkhata. Boishakhi fair is arranged on the roadsides and in the open fields. Baul Song Festival is held in rural areas. Tribals from different parts of the country, like Manipuri, Chakma, Garo, celebrate the Noboborsho in their own way and make the Bengali New Year even more glorious. Rainy season. After that, showers of rain start pouring down. In the rainy season, the nature of Bangladesh becomes green and fresh. Water-submerged beauty of river in Bangladesh is now portrayed in the watercolor picture of some skilled artists. A part of Bengali age-old custom is the scene of a newly married girl on way to her father's home on a boat. It is portrayed in the folk song Ke Jashre Bhatir Gang Baiya Amar Bhaijan Re Koyo Nayor Nito Aiya. Ashar and Sravan are the rainy seasons. In the monsoon season, catching of hilsha fish takes place in the main rivers of Bangla like Bodda and Meghna. From the ancient poet Kalidas to the great noble poet Laureate Rabindranath Tagore, everyone has highly praised the beauty of this season in their literary works. Artists have drawn pictures, musicians have created melodies and music highlighting this season. Autumn. Autumn comes after the monsoon due to the change of seasons. Bhadro Ashin, these 2 months are autumn. Bangladesh has a very pleasant environment in this season. Various types of flowers appear on the trees. A heavenly feeling is created by the sweet fragrance of Mathubi, Shiuli, and Kamini flowers. Dew-covered Shefali flowers under the trees presents an ecstatic beauty to the attraction of this season. In short, autumn comes to the doorstep of Bengalis with joy and beauty. Late autumn. Late autumn is called Queen of Seasons. In the late autumn, Bangladesh seems to adorn itself with its own light, softness and tenderness. Kartik and Agrohayan months is the duration of late autumn. At this time, nature wakes up in a huge rhythm of new joy and vitality. This is the time of cutting harvest. Farmers are seen to remain busy in cutting and threshing paddy. A relaxed and happy smile comes to their faces. Nobanno is one of the greatest festivals of our culture. On this occasion, Nokshi Pitha and various traditional payesh of Bengal are made in all houses. Winter. At the end of late autumn, winter comes in the nature of Bangladesh under the cover of fog. The month of Posh brings with it a new beauty. The fields are flooded with yellow mustard flowers. Eating date juice in the winter morning and making a variety of pitapuli from the juice molasses are very popular. The rural people like to enjoy various festivals throughout the winter. Kite Festival is one of the major festivals of winter. In winter, the rural areas of Bengal wake up with various folk cultural festivals such as Jatra Pala and Pala Song Festival. From these traditional and rich cultural events of Bengal, people get the food of their minds. Finally comes spring, the queen of seasons. Trees are decorated with new leaves, which heave and sway. The wind blows and sways. At this time, various events are organized to welcome the spring. It is as if nature spreads its colors in the spring and makes Bangladesh colorful. Spring in Bangladesh means the festival of colors, the festival of love. This is our Bangladesh, a meeting place for multidimensional culture, history and tradition. This is a wonder to the world. This small country has the world's largest mangrove forest, Sundarban, and Cox's Bazar, the largest sea beach in the world. As the witness of the history, Paharpur Buddhist Bihar, Mahasthangarh, Moinamoti, 60 Domes Mosque, Lalbagh Fort, Ahsan Munjil, Kantaji's Temple, Holud Bihar, Wari Boteshwar, and many more archaeological sites are there. With the history of ancient architecture, there exist innumerable palaces and jomidar houses scattered all over the country. Dighapotia Rajbari of Natur is one of them. Apart from this, Muktagacha Jomidar Bari, Putia Rajbari, and artistic rich installations located in Sonargaon. The history of this country is 1,000 years of history, and obviously this is not possible to convey it within few words. But this can be undoubtedly said that wherever we see in Bangladesh, we can feel the huge history and ancient richness of tradition.
বাংলায় আমার জীবনানন্দ, বাংলা প্রাণের সুখ। আমি একবার দেখি, বারবার দেখি দেখি বাংলার মুখ। আমি একবার দেখি, বারবার দেখি দেখি বাংলার মুখ।
That ends the first session of our inaugural program. I would like to invite the audience who are present in person to have some tea, which is kept at the lobby. Our next session will start after 40 minutes at 12:30 p.m., where a keynote speech will be delivered by Professor Dr. Ainun Nishat, Professor Emeritus, BRAC University ex-professor, Bangladesh University of Engineering and Technology, and a pioneer of water resource and climate change specialist in Bangladesh. He is going to speak on impact of connectivity on mitigation of climate change. The session will be moderated and chaired by Professor Dr. Mohammad Alamgir, Honorable Member, UGC. Thank you. The second session of the inaugural program within 5 minutes. Thank you for being patient.
We have in this session the keynote speech to be delivered by Professor Dr. Ainun Nishat, Professor Emeritus, BRAC University, ex-professor, Bangladesh University of Engineering and Technology, and a pioneer of water resource and climate change specialist in Bangladesh. The topic of his presentation is impact of connectivity on mitigation of climate change. Considering the perspective with so much importance being given to the global climate, this will be a highly pertinent session, and the audience will hopefully be immensely benefited out of this speech. We are privileged and honored to get an international expert on this very subject today within ourselves, who has dedicated and profoundly contributed most of his career in ameliorating global environment.
There will be a 30 minutes presentation session by the invited speaker, followed by 15 minutes question and answering session. I would like to hand over the floor to Professor Dr. Mohammad Alamgir, member UGC, to conduct the session as the chair. Before joining UGC as member, Professor Dr. Mohammad Alamgir was Vice Chancellor of Khulna University of Engineering and Technology, Kuwait, on 2 consecutive terms. He acted as the syndicate member, dean, and head of Civil Engineering Department and Hall Provost.
Professor Alamgir obtained his BSc and MSc degrees from Bangladesh University of Engineering and Technology. He did his PhD and postdoctoral degrees from Saga University, Japan. Professor Dr. Mohammad Alamgir, the floor is yours, sir.
Good afternoon. Finally, it's a wonderful moment for us because we are in the first keynote speech of this wonderful event, Asia Pacific Advanced Network, APAN53. We are privileged that we have our honorable speaker, one of the renowned professor of Bangladesh, Professor Dr. Ainun Nishat, who is basically a water resource expert, environmental expert, and also the climate change mitigation, adaptation, and all these things. Professor Ainun Nishat started his career after graduation from Bangladesh University of Engineering and Technology. He joined Bangladesh Water Development Board as an assistant engineer. Later, he shifted to Buet as a professor, as a lecturer of civil engineering. Later, he moved to water resource engineering, and he became the professor of that university. And at the same time, he worked in other universities also after left Buet. And he's working very closely with the government for negotiation and dealing all these things, especially Ganges Water Treaty, and which is one of the important aspects for the Bangladesh context. And he's also a member of Joint Rivers Commission, which is the bilateral relationship between India and Bangladesh. And also he worked in different policy level for Bangladesh, especially climate change issues. And a lot of things in his credit, and I believe that all of you know about his, and he's one of the wonderful contribution while he was the country director of IUCN, International Union of Conservation of Nature. Now, with these few words, I would like to invite our honorable speaker, and at the same time, I would apologize that we are 1 hour late. This is probably due to today is our International Women's Day. Lot of programs has been going on in Dhaka city. This is why he already stacked for 3 hours on the road. So thank you, sir. At least you join with us after a long journey in Dhaka city. 3 hours, not a matter of joke for you at this age. So we would like to listen from Professor Ainun Nishat for the next few minutes. Thank you, sir.
20 minutes.
25 minutes, probably.
Assalamu alaikum. I had planned to address you as through greeting you as a good morning on good morning, but it is already afternoon. I started from my home at about 10:30. I do come to this area to meet friends, and normally it takes me about 25, maximum 30 minutes, normally 20 minutes. Today I was on the road for, you understand, from 10:30 to 1:30, and I'm a serious diabetic patient, so you can understand my condition. So after coming here, I had to run to the washroom to relieving myself. Having said that, since this is an event for the Asia-Pacific region, and I have the privilege of working in the region like in Thailand, in Philippines, especially in these two countries, also Indonesia, where traffic jam is very common. I remember many years back, I was working as a consultant for Asian Development Bank in Manila, and I had a meeting with what is called NIA, National Irrigation Authority, which is almost on the other side of the town. And appointment was at 1 p.m. So my team leader said, at about 10 a.m., Nishatle starts. I said, 1 p.m., and this is 10. What about lunch? He said, forget lunch. Let's start. Okay. So on the car, I asked the driver very politely, and they speak reasonable good English, how long does it take? He said, sir, anything between 45 minutes to 4 hours. So we took 3 hours to go there. And luckily we reached there at about 90 minutes. So we went to a nearby restaurant, had some snacks, and attended the meeting on time. I had similar experience in Bangkok. I was in Asian Institute of Technology, and I had an appointment with a doctor in the city. And my friend said, start 3 hours ahead. Things had improved after they had improved their connectivity. They had built flyover and the things that are being done in Dhaka. Things improved for 5-10 years. Right now, it is again back to the old condition because the traffic is so high, the improved connectivity doesn't help. But in one place, the improved connectivity helps if you are taking an underground train, because then there is no traffic. You smoothly travel through the path. Now let me start the meeting in a very, shall I use the word, lighter tone, but no accusation or no offensive point. It is my fault. It is my fault because I see honorable academics here, vice chancellors and professors and others. Of course, I should have addressed the distinguished chairperson of the session. Since I work on climate change right now, and I'm one of the lead negotiators for the government of Bangladesh, and I'm currently involved in preparation of a number of documents which the government has to submit to the world, and also for the national need. And since climate change is a very burning issue, on 13th August 2021, the whole world issued the red alert for climate change. And that is why the issue of climate change is very, very important for Bangladesh. The adaptation report came out 4 days earlier, and the science report came out in August. And what it says, now please remember, climate change is not an issue or not a problem which you are facing right now. This is a problem of future. This is not a problem for me. I will not be there in 30 years' time or 40 years' time. But those who are young in this room, they will face the problems very acutely in 20 years, 30 years' time. The temperature is only 1 degree up, and it may go up by 1.5 degree by 2030, and it may go up by 2 degree by 2050. And the world has committed not to allow the temperature rise to be more than 2 degrees under Paris Agreement. and how to implement the provisions of Paris Agreement has been finalized on 13th November 2021. So still, I talked to Bangladeshi officials, they are not aware what are our requirements and what we have committed in November in Glasgow. So what we have committed, we must fulfill it. The world is now working on 7 blocks. Block number 1, global target. For temperature, it is 2 degrees now. The world would be fighting from November, when we'll meet in Egypt, to make it, lower it to 1.5. And then there is no global standard on adaptation. What do we do? And that work has started in January, just 2-3 months back. From Bangladesh, we do want to propose global standard, the standard that we want to follow. Luckily, we are one of the few countries of the world which is done or more or less ready on most of the issues on adverse impacts of climate change, that is on adaptation. 80% of the country has flood control dikes. Germany suffered this year. Their condition is worse than Bangladesh. Drought, another adverse impact. Did you notice that we suffered through a serious drought last year? Did you notice in Rangpur or in Lalmonirhat, they couldn't go for transplantation of rice due to lack of water? Only in the Tista barrage area, the area was green because it had provided supplementary irrigation or the irrigation in monsoon period. Anyway, so global target on mitigation, we have a target, and I should like to ask you a question. What is the temperature in this room? I may get answers anything from 18 degrees Celsius to 24 degrees Celsius. Am I right? Human beings, we do not understand the difference of 2 degrees, 3 degrees Celsius. But nature understands it. Plants and trees and their flowering time changes. After many years, we had a good winter this year. And therefore, I expect good mango crop this year, unless we have a strong cyclone and tornadoes. The report of August 2021 warned Bangladesh that be ready for mega events on cyclone. We have not experienced category 5 cyclone still as of today. Sidor and Ayla is maybe category 1 or 2. Amphan possibly was category 5, but it didn't hit Bangladesh, it attacked India. If it had come to Borguna, I don't know what would have happened because we are not ready for it. Category 5 means that the wind speed is 250 km per hour. We are ready for 100, 120, 130, 140 km per hour. We are ready for a storm surge height of 15 feet, 5 meters. Recently, government have started improving it to 6.5, that is around 20 feet. But what happens if the storm surge is 25 feet? That's likely to happen. Unusual rainfall. Did you notice that year before last, in Rangpur, they experienced 453 millimeter rainfall in one day. Last year, it was 250 millimeters of rainfall in one day. If it happens in Dhaka, even Dhaka University would go underwater. 450 millimeters of rainfall. Our experience is maximum 300 rainfall, but normally with 50 millimeters of rainfall, we suffer a lot. So, global target, then mitigation. Now, mitigation means how do you cut down the greenhouse gases that would control the global warming process. So, global target, mitigation, then comes adaptation. How do you face it? Then comes finance. And huge amount of money has been promised. The newspapers report totally in a misguided way. They say funds have not been committed. Rubbish. Because the global target is to raise $100 billion every year. In November last year, they raised up to 70 billion. Billion, not million, billion. and they are now trying to bring in the private sector in it. About 500 top CEO of private companies were present in Glasgow. My point is, are we ready in Bangladesh? Are we ready? Do we have the capacity to write the papers necessary to get the part of it, maybe $5 billion or $10 billion from the global kitty, which is for the 195 countries? My answer is no. In fact, if I was not here, I would have been delivering a lecture at Ministry of Environment of Forest, where they are trying to train up the concerned officials how to write the application. So, global goal, mitigation, adaptation, and finance. And finance is not going to be easy, because those who are going to pay would take the account book very seriously. And it has already been officially declared and decided that monitoring of the implementation of the project and utilization of fund would be very important. How do you do monitor a project? IBA, BBA and MBA students are experts on that. Development studies and others, they also work on that. And the level on which Bangladesh works is logical framework, LFA. Now we say, no, we have to go even higher. Theory of change has to be applied. I work closely with the government at times, and I'm trying to talk to the secretary, and everybody asks me, what is theory of change? And I have to tell them stories to explain that or explain that. So finance is important, and then comes capacity building. And please take my word, don't feel insulted. I'm a senior academic also. In Bangladesh, we do not have the capacity to hook onto the global system and get the benefit out of it. We seriously lack in capacity, especially among the civil servants. I lecture at PATC regularly and at NDC regularly, and when I say it, they look me angrily, but that's the truth. The traditional way of doing work is no longer going to work. The things are going to change. And then comes the transparency mechanism. You have to fulfill several conditions. What you do must be transparent. What you do must be compliant. What you do must be based on partnership. What you do must be based on inclusiveness. All the stakeholders must be consulted. And we do not have proper planning in Bangladesh. You see all these flyovers and metro rails and others are being planned. But they forgot that in the flyover and the MRT, the cars should be moving much above the ground, but how they are going to get down to the ground, that somebody has forgotten. We forget when we we construct a bridge to put up the approach road. And in certain areas we are doing well, and to do all these 7 things, what we need is strong communication or connectivity. Now, as I said, I will start with a lighter tone. When I read the invitation letter that I got from BD Ren and signed by one honorable member of one of the members of UGC, this is the exact title that was given to me. So see my condition, impact, and I'm thinking all the adverse impacts of climate change, because impact of connectivity on mitigation of climate change. So I thought I should talk about the impact. I thought about connectivity. I'm coming to connectivity and mitigation and climate change. So, and then they talked to me. They said it will be. Share nahi? Okay. Okay. So when I was contacted, and long back, I appreciate that. You alert the resource person in October because he has to do his homework. So sufficient time was there, and in between I attended the Glasgow meeting, so I'm quite up to date on climate change and all issues related to climate change. And they said this is an APAN event. Again, in the domain of climate change, APAN is a very important term because this is Asia Pacific Adaptation Network, not your APAN. I learned it later on. So when I looked into the title, there was connectivity, there was mitigation, there was climate change, and there was APAN. So I was at home. I know this subject. I'm one of the lead negotiators for government of Bangladesh at the global level. So reasonably up to date on this topic. And at this time, I was deeply involved in preparation of two national documents. One document is called NDC, Nationally Determined Contribution. All 196 countries of the world are sovereign, and therefore you cannot ask them to do something, but you can ask them to volunteer. That tell us what is the maximum you can contribute or help us. So that's the NDC. In Bangladesh, we are not required or obliged to push for mitigation, to cut down the greenhouse gases. But the NGOs who get money from their masters in the Western world, for whom mitigation is essential or cutting down greenhouse gas is essential, they make noise that we should go for NDC or we should cut down greenhouse gases and we should have lower the greenhouse gases in our country also. Our Honorable Prime Minister said, okay, we will cut it down by what we can achieve. So our achievable target that was finalized on 31st December this last year is 5% on our own and another 17% if we get some financial support and technology. So you think in my mind, I'm thinking about NDC, the document some of us gathered together and helped the government to prepare. And the second document is, I'm coming to that. So second document is adaptation. It will be finalized hopefully by end of March or April. I'm currently the team leader. So all my life I'm thinking on climate change, or whenever I have time, mitigation and adaptation. Now, one of the important tools for mitigation or to cut down the greenhouse gas is connectivity. If you get down in Delhi airport, on the left side you will see the metro rail of Delhi. And it is written in large words. Sorry, I have not been there for last two and a half years due to COVID. But prior to that, it was said, this metro rail has been built with the money that we get from climate change-led discussion, that is the carbon trading. We could get money through carbon trading for our metro rail and others. I have pleaded with the concerned secretary, concerned PD, and they ignored. Anyway, so going back, connectivity is very important. As I said, we have already promised that we will cut it down by 5% on our own. The basis of calculation is improved connectivity in the country. The Podda Bridge, you want to go to Khulna or Benapole, all the goods that would be shipped through Benapole to India, with the Podda Bridge, which hopefully would be open before 30th June this year, is almost ready. I have driven over the Podda Bridge, luckily. I mean, it's ready. I know the experience. But it will be ready for everybody in 6 months. And think how much traffic would be cut down, the length. From Dhaka to Khulna, previously it was 350 kilometers. Now it will be maybe 150 kilometers. So every car, every jeep, every truck, every vehicle would be saving traveling of 200 kilometers. So how much petrol that would be saved? You think about it. From Bogura to Rangpur, you need 250 kilometers. Government is making a loop by which they will be connected directly, which would be hardly 100 kilometers long. You will save time, but you will save carbon dioxide. So that is why I had carbon dioxide in my mind. So connectivity, mitigation, climate change, APAN, and green technology, these are the words I was not confused. I was very strong in what I'm going to write for this session. But 2 days back, I discovered, sorry, this connectivity is different. This connectivity is Wi-Fi and internet, and how do we work in the virtual world. So I started thinking, so over the last 2 days, I have put my thoughts in some direction. So the mistake was mine, but even then I had already prepared my note on the connectivity in transport sector. So I will run through the slides in 2 minutes because I had done the work, and let me share with you. So freight connectivity is the major contributor to atmospheric pollution in the road transport sector. And one of the things that we are pushing the government is to pay attention to navigation. And my understanding is the government is slowly taking it seriously because Modi is very serious about it. Did you notice 2 weeks back, a vessel starting in Allahabad came all the way to Farakka, went to the sea, entered through Sundarban, came to Meghna, Aricha, Fulchuri Ghat, went to Dhubri. So this is the national river route number 1 and 2 connected through Bangladesh by India, and India is putting a lot of emphasis on that. India is very correctly, officially declared, cut down on road sector, improve on railway, and improve on navigation. And they are looking for connectivity. A train, freight train, they have the the containers, and they have the double-decker containers. So one container on the top of that one. And so that it can go through Podda Bridge, we designed it like that. So I can see, and they have the freight route, Delhi, Chennai, Mumbai, Calcutta, and then Agartala. They all will be connected with high-speed train. So this is where they are pushing for their connectivity, which is it will be safe and accessible and environment friendly and etc. And when you use this sort of facility, I mean, lot of carbon dioxide could be avoided. So there is a huge paradigm shift all over the country. So point I'm trying to make at this point is that technology is very important. But the understanding of the user of the technology, of what he is using or what he is doing, is equally important. While I'm supposed to talk about connectivity through the fiber optical cable that is now being, most all the public universities, public sector universities in the country are connected, and they have access to all information highway in the world. And the facility, I understand, is also being allowed to some private sector university. In fact, I have signed some document when I was Vice Chancellor of BRAC University with UGC, so I'm sure that's operational now. So the user of the technology must also have good understanding what benefit would accrue as well as the output that we will get. We need to use the technology effectively. Capacity to use technology as well as the quality of technology that will be used as input is equally important. And why I say that? My experience. I must admit that internet speed and Wi-Fi related services has improved in Bangladesh, and Bangladesh has surplus bandwidth, and we are selling it to the international community. We are selling it to Tripura, we want to sell it to Bhutan, we want to sell it to India, and we are getting more connectivity through the sea link. But is the service reliable? especially outside Dhaka. I had a lot of bad experience in last 3-4 days. I was delivering a lecture where the main workshop or seminar was being held in Gopalganj. The additional secretary from the ministry and few joint secretaries and deputy secretaries, they went from Dhaka, and all the senior officers from Gopalganj was present. I was in Dhaka, I didn't want to travel. My wife is still scared about COVID. As I am talking, within 5 minutes, my line was off. So I received a phone call, sir, we cannot hear you. Okay, I restarted my computer. It came back into life. After another 5 minutes, the Gopalganj line went off. And I had the same experience with Jhalokati about 3-4 days back. So my point is, yes, we can put on the efficiency, we can, like what we are doing, we can expand the area, but at the same time, the internet speed at times gets slower, at times gets cut off. And that's the situation in communication in my country. And then the question is, what is the level of computer literacy among the senior academics, professionals? And when I say professionals, I was involved with some banks, and I could see the senior professionals are not familiar with the computer technology. They depend on the junior people. And that is where many times corruption starts. I mean, money is leaked out. But good news is, yes, we are improving very fast. The way the COVID vaccine is being delivered and the way the data has been kept, I have taken 3 shots, and I can download a certificate from the government of Bangladesh telling me that I have done the 3 vaccines and giving the dates, the type of vaccine, and where I have taken the shot. It's a fantastic improvement. I cannot think that Bangladesh does it. But then there are many needs to get this sort of activity that would require high volume of data to be handled, like census is coming soon, the election process, and we should have good connectivity between the election center with the election commission so that they get the information very rapidly. But the good news is there is tremendous amount of interest in the young generation to be computer literate. Of course, they use it for some other purpose, like watching movies and recreational purpose. I am a poor person on this because back in 1977, I did my PhD. The computer I had was big like umbrellas, and the brand I was allowed to use was 1904S. So I asked one of the supervisors what S stands for. He said S for slow. He was joking, of course. And that was the time when IBM 370 just came into life. So the capacity of one ICL 1904S, the storage capacity, was lower than this one. So world has moved fast. A lot of things have happened. Our time for us is to catch them. So in that sense, I believe BD-RAN is moving in the right direction by pushing high-speed connectivity network and data processing or high-performance computing. But the users must be trained. That's the point I'm trying to make. Otherwise, you have the facility. But unless you use it, what's the value? This sort of mobile, I think everybody has in this room. How much of its capacity we use? 10%? 15%? 20%? And when I have some problem using it, I call my granddaughter. Can you help me to sort it out? It's not functioning. So I'm hopeful the younger generation are moving in the right direction. They are becoming computer savvy. They are learning the technology. But BD-RAN has now connected all the public sector universities a few private sector universities. And I believe that the academics may meet very regularly over internet and talk. Research often is interdisciplinary. Previously, one person used to work for his topic, for his problem. It's possible on social science, maybe on history. But on science and engineering and medicine, it is a group work. And that group work can be facilitated by the capacity that is being built by BDREN among in your university. So they can help with conference services, campus network, hosting services, doing some additional work. The universities may organize many research projects that use huge data to be handled. As for example, I will give the examples from my field, which is water resources engineering. Short duration heavy rainfall is very serious. Lack of rainfall. As I said, there was no rain in Bangladesh or in the northern Bangladesh very heavily. But see our neighboring country. They had warned that there would be heavy rainfall in September and October. Farmers, please do not plant potato. They didn't do it. But here we did it. In Rangpur and Bogura, the farmers lost their crop. So that information is available.
We have to complete by 2 because we have another session at 2 o'clock. Please.
Okay. Just, I think, last slide most possibly. So the universities can organize many research projects, collect the data. I am involved with the Podda Bridge, and we do bathymetric survey where when the pointer goes down, it collects data from about 100,000 points. And we know exactly how the dunes are moving and sediment road. So I talked to BDREN and they said their use of their service is increasing. So these are the options on my old connectivity. But moving back, I would like to recommend that the adaptation of the acts in the ICTs in the academic world as well as in professional life is able to reduce cost, save time, reduce pollution, accidents, etc. But it should create an environment where especially the universities, they are encouraged to work in a group, in a collective manner, so that the research is truly multidimensional, multisectoral, and more solid work. So BDREN and UGC is doing good work. I congratulate their efforts and work, but I wish their services are more extensively used by the potential users. Thank you very much.
I am sorry to announce that we have another session rightly at 2 o'clock, so there is no time for questions. I know that you are always interested to ask questions to our renowned speakers, but I am sorry to announce that we don't have any time. So thank you very much for your patience. I would like to thank our honorable speaker for his brilliant speech and some guidelines and recommendations for BDREN, which will be a light for the BDREN to go ahead. So with this, we would like to make a claps for our honorable speakers. And with this, I would like to conclude this session. Thank you very much for your patience and for helping us and cooperating us. And also the audience who are connected with us from home and abroad through virtually. I would like to thank all of you for your patience. With this few words, I would like to conclude these sessions. Thank you very much.
Here ends today's inaugural session of APAN53. Hopefully, the audience is going to enjoy the event, and by their interactive participation, we will make the event a phenomenal success. Thank you all again. I'm going to declare the name of the sponsors again. We have 3 platinum sponsors. They are Spectrum Engineering Consortium Limited, Data Edge Limited, and Yunus Group. We have 2 gold sponsors for the event. They are Asia Connect, Hewlett Packard Enterprise. We have 5 silver sponsors, namely Internet Society ISOC, Asia Pacific Network Information Center APNIC, Juniper Networks, InGen Technologies Limited, and Southeast Bank Limited. We have 3 bronze sponsors, Hamida Traders Limited, Kazla Technologies Limited, and Smart Technologies Bangladesh Limited. In addition, we are having with us 2 technology partners, Cisco Systems and Dell Technologies. A big thanks to all the sponsors and technology partners.
Before wrapping up, I would like to invite the participants who are present in person to go to the lobby to collect your lunch packets showing your lunch coupon. Please maintain health guidelines to keep yourself and others safe. Thanks again.